Hello, this is Terrence Wilburn. Welcome to day 3 of the Digital Media Specialist. Again, this is Terrence Wilburn. I want to welcome you to day 3, I am here in my vision room, which is of course my workstation / studio. Forgive the things going on in the background. Please understand that I am an entrepreneur, which means that post-coronavirus, you ought to be in a position where you are working from home, and this is inside of my home. I've turned my garage into a workstation / studio, a place of creativity, a place where I can do my thing. So in short, you already are familiar to a certain degree with who I am, what I do, and what you are doing here is to learn how to shape yourself to become a digital media a specialist, or to become more advanced in your audio career. Now, the reason why I say audio is because within this workshop, you are discovering more about sound, about mastering, about mixing, about how to turn your concepts into something tangible, how to turn your ideas, which are all in your head, all in your pen and pad and paper, all of you, into something digital, something where other people can experience, other people can relate to. And here, I just wanted to keep it real. This is where I am. This is a vision room. As you see, I have, if you could, maybe I'll do a 360 pan later on or something like that. Or in post videos, you can see I have the walls colored here and over here, and all around there are different colors. And some awards and stuff over here. There's some sound dampening here, and what you see there on the wall, some of it come down. It's carpeted. There's some designs and other stuff going on. Also, you will notice that there are children's toys, things of that nature, because this is also like I won't say a playroom, but a place where my kids or guests can come and, you know, kind of hang out. So without cleaning everything up, I want this to look real as possible. So during this course, you may see from the time to time people walking in and out, things of that nature, or me speaking to someone. It's simply because you must learn how to master yourself as a digital media specialist. You must also learn how to, whether you're working with digital audio, digital media, digital information, whether it be visual, audio, or other, you must learn to master your craft, which means also you must learn to master your work environment. Mastering the work environment is something that it will take a lifetime to understand, but it shouldn't take long for you to acquire the skills to know who you are as a person, as a person, because ultimately you are dealing with media, which represents ideas, which represents information, which helps you to understand the world at large. And so you come from that perspective into this course, and that's my sermonette. All right, so anyway, this is day 3, so let's go ahead and get started here, okay? Okay, so let's go here to the desktop. We're going to open up FL Studio, simply because I am running the campaign 1 to 100, which is the series that you are watching the Digital Masterclass on, and this is day 3. What we're doing here, if you're just now joining inside of the course, is you may want to go back and watch day 1 and day 2. It's important to understand what you are doing while you're doing it, I'm taking a look at my mouse here. My campaign is 1 to 100, means I'm sharing with you 100 free beats, background, soundscapes, I mean, whatever you want to call it. I just call it 100 beats because they're coming right here out of FL Studio. Sorry, I got this thing on the screen, sorry. Coming right here out of FL Studio. And it's pretty much what I have done the bulk of my work in modern times. I use several DAWs. FL Studio is one of them. And during this course, this is the first part of the mastery class. I'm using FL Studio to show you how your concepts, your ideas, you should take a DAW, which is a digital audio workstation, create something, and then use it to further expand your idea. And so that's what we're doing here. In day 3, which is today, starts today, we're going to open up, well, what we did in day 1 is we discovered pretty much track 10 all the way to about the 30s. And day 2, we came about somewhere up in here, 32, 33, 30s through the 60. I'm at 30 through 59. So now today, on day 3, we're going to start here on track number 60. And these are 100 free beats that I'm sharing with you. You should be available on the link below on SoundCloud, which is easier for me to share with you right now. But if you're watching this sometime in the future, it could be somewhere else. So I'm just letting you know. That's where you can find them in the link below. So anyhow, and again, we've discovered this in days past. You should be already used to seeing certain things if you're using FL Studio. This is not an FL Studio course. Whether you found this video by the tag or anything like that, if you're looking for an FL Studio course, this video is not for you. I suggest you go over there to some other guy. I can make a couple of references, but I won't right now because this is not for this. This is for masters, people who understand their craft and are trying to reach a higher place of consciousness within their digital workspace and their media. So anyway, right here, we're in FL Studio 20, version 20. And again, same things from day 1 to day 2. From time to time when you're moving around, I can't scroll right now because this is on screen, I'm explaining this. So let me just explain it first. It says here, problem loading the project, 1 sample required, blah, 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 blah. And what it's saying is that the sample is missing. Of course, you could click this and go try to find some stuff if you knew where they were. Actually, the computer knows that it's not on the computer. That's how smart computers are these days. So it simply could mean, you know, depending on yourself, that you renamed something, or you deleted something accidentally, or you intentionally moved or deleted it. You could try to find this stuff or locate it on your hard drive to let the computer know where to link it up at. I typically, when you see this on my screen, it means that I'm no longer interested in using that sound, because I rarely, and I mean rarely, one out of 10,000 times will accidentally delete something. And usually it's not a big file like this. It's usually something very simple that will cause a lot of problems. So I'm going to press OK because I'm not interested in using that sound anymore, vinyl sound. That was something when I started these concepts or sketches. I like to call them sketches of sound. I learned this from a producer by the name of Lil Jon who made sketches of tracks. And I saw his process and I witnessed it for about the span of 90 days while he worked himself in a frenzy trying to find or discover a right sound. Then he made sketches of tracks, and this is no offense against that producer. Of course, he's a platinum producer, great businessman, but I'm just saying what I've learned. I take concepts from people. I learned this concept as well from Tony Robbins, how to model someone who has success. and what they're doing. And one of the things to model someone, we're not going to talk about the psychology of it, but during the course you will find me speaking about the psychology of media, which it is. It is first an art, and then it is a science. So it's a spiritual creation. You are taking part in something very spiritual here inside of this course. I don't care what kind of religion you are. I'm not preaching religion to you, but I am speaking about spirituality because you're coming from to a person that is a conscious, aware person as well as a spiritual person. And so I'm allowing you a peek into what you have stepped into. And so the way to model someone, according to Tony Robbins, one of the ways, I'm not going to speak about all the ways. There are 3 ways, and one is physiology. So you take, of course, you're witnessing something, and you take that physiology and you adapt to it, or you model it. And so I learned from the producer Lil Jon is to create sketches. Now, perhaps he didn't see himself doing that, but I considered that I watched this process a great deal. Some great stuff he was making, and a lot of not so great things he was making, and I called them sketches. Take a clip here, do something with it, save it, rework it later, create something else. You're always moving on to the next, going back through your files, checking out what you made, maybe adapting it to something new, maybe adding something to it. They were all sketches until it came along into one thing that was either good, it wasn't good, like it or don't like it, use it or don't use it. It's up to you. And so that's what I'm showing you here inside of FL Studio, which is the 100 free beats. They were pretty much sketches. Some were done, some were not, as you've seen on day 1 and day 2. And here in day 3, we're starting at track 60, and we probably want to work our way all the way up until right here where it says 82, and then we'll work later on, if we get through it today, through the rest of the tracks. But we want to definitely get to about 82. Hopefully it won't take that long. We'll probably can just run through these tracks. I think 60 through 82 is going to be a special treat simply because they were more than sketches. I'm already familiar with a lot of the way how it sounds. I'm going to use my own words here. This is not an English class. If you're looking for somebody perfect, get the hell out of this course. And I'm telling you that live. And so 60 through 82 is going to be more thought out, presented forms of music, and it'll have all of the elements that you're looking for with inside of this course. And I'll explain some and some I won't, because we're going to take the 100 free beats and I'm going to show you later on what to do with them visually, etc. So anyhow, on day 3, let's go ahead and start right here. Again, as you're familiar, we're working with FL Studio 20. I'm going to spread it out to about track 16. I don't think it have a lot of tracks on here. I'm going to do the same thing I did on the following 2 days, the previous 2 days. Mute my limiter. Usually when I make tracks inside of FL Studio, I have the limiter on there just because it beefs up the sound. As you see here, it's ready to roll. So, but in post, I don't use it. So I like to use this one, which is the Puig Child. I'm just reading that. I don't know how to pronounce that. P-U-I-G. It's kind of like a pig, right? Well, Puig, I'm just going to say because it has a U in there. Child 670. And this is based on probably some rack I've probably seen before in a studio, but nobody uses this stuff. I can tell you inside of the studio, people usually have the big boards and the distressors and limiting mastering chains like this simply for show. It's really for show. Now, they are running signals through here, but they're not mixing through here. They kind of tweak it here and there, but nobody's really using this stuff. The audio is run from, just say you're hearing my mouth right now. If this was something real on my desk, the sound would go from this microphone here. Hopefully you can see this. If not, I don't really care. This is a D5 alias mic. A great microphone, a very classic, a famous microphone. AKG D5 microphone. And there's a cable, Mogami cable, running all the way into my Scarlett under the desk, which you don't see. So I don't use any of this stuff like here. I use it only as a software VST. But if you were to go to a studio that had something like this, like a mastering chain or a channel strip, the vocal would just be simply run from their microphone, whatever kind of microphone it is, whether it be a cheap microphone or a very expensive microphone, all the way to something like this, and this would be run back into the interface and coming out into the digital world. So what I'm saying is that things like this, I'm not going to say they're no longer necessary. They always have their place. And of course, if you're going to a professional mastering studio, you will see things like this. But the engineer, whether he be an old guy, a older woman, or a young guy or a young lady, they're going to tell you that they're basically using their DAW, which is what you see here, FL Studio or something like Nuendo or Steinbass, Cubase from Steinberg, any number of things, Pro Tools, a lot of people are using. So everybody's using the DAW. And of course, if you're old school, you still have things like this. Or if you don't really understand what you're doing and what kind of money you're spending, you're still buying stuff like this. So it just depends on what you're doing. I would suggest that you not immediately purchase some of these racks like these. They look great and they feel great, but they kind of just take up space on your desk in your studio, and you eventually come to the conclusion that you don't need it. And I can explain that why, and through this course I'll be saying things like that. But I would suggest that you not buy anything like this immediately, especially starting out, especially in your first few years. The main reason why is because these things cost a lot of money. Now, I will suggest that if you can afford some kind of hardware, buy the best kind of interface there is. Go to Musician Friend, or Amazon or someplace like that, especially like eBay, and purchase something used, lightly used, or has been, it comes with a guarantee or something like that. You know what I mean? Or something that's remade to sound like something like this. I think Black Lion Audio, who was like very famous for tweaking stuff. The point is this: every DAW is going to pretty much do everything the rack could do with their VSTs. But if you're recording, you're a producer, you're an artist as well. If you're bringing guys and gals into your space and charging, or just even they're trying to get your chops up to understand what's going on, spend more on your interface, because it's going to give you the sound you need. And basically you don't have to spend more than $100 to get a great interface. I have the Scarlett I have the Scarlett under this. It cost maybe like $130. It was open box, so I think I got like an extra $30 off of it. I have I'm looking over there, I can't see it because it's in the desk. I think it's an Apogee. It's something, I forget what it is right now. But anyhow, I think it cost like $2,000. I found it at the pawn shop for like $400 or $500. I immediately jumped on that. I knew what it was, and I've only used it maybe twice because the Scarlett does everything I need to do. So what I'm saying is to you, we're about to get started here. Take your time to understand who you are as an artist or an engineer or as a producer or as a vocalist, or some kind of whatever you do digitally. Understand that you will need an interface, and understand as well, take your time to think about your purchase before you purchase anything like this, because you'll find out in the long run that today you do not need this thing sitting on your desk. So anyway, with that being said, let's get started. I'm going to turn my volume up here. It's early in the morning here in Florida. Again, doesn't look like I have to do much to these tracks. What we're doing is, I'm just checking to see if I have any plugins on here. I'm not going to do much mixing with these tracks today, because all of these are basic. They're beyond sketches. They have like a full pattern to them. At least most of them have a full pattern to where it can be used exactly right away as a song or some kind of concept. Remember, what we're doing here is getting our concept out digitally to have something tangible that other people can use right away. And of course, as with all loops, with all digital media, if you go over there to xo.com, just making up something, and buy their loops, it's going to come pre-packaged there, but you can just go ahead and use it. And that's pretty much how you want to get your sound right away, that you could use it without adding a lot of stuff to it. Because when you think about vocals, you have to have this whole space around vocals, which is why I like to make my tracks like this, very basic. So when you add vocals, you can add stuff post-production, which is the key to making hit sound music after the vocalist performs. Okay, so I'm going to do something very simple with this. I'll try to use like a new plugin just to see if we can get a different kind of sound. I don't know what this is. Let's open up one of these. Oh, so we're not going to use that. That looks like some live stuff. I may just take that off. So GEQ is probably like live stuff, right? Let me check this one out. Yeah, so I won't be using anything like that. So if you go to church or anything like that, you've probably seen something like that in your mixing office or whatever, your desk. So those are basically live things. I'm going to use the Crayon. I've used this in previous videos. Crayon I usually use on the drums, but I'm going to see what kind of sound we can get. This is an off-brand plugin I got from a Behringer. Yeah, we're talking about interfaces, or the Behringer Euphoria. I think I paid like $29 for it. It's like $100 now. I bought it when it first came out. It's pretty good, actually. So what it does, the Crayon just colors. It does what it says. It's Crayon filter. It colors in your sound. So it works for me. I'm just gonna go put a little compression on it to kind of squeeze it. Other than that, I'm gonna let this beat fly as it is. I'm gonna use a basic FL Studio compressor. Not much processing power. I'm gonna throw a little reverb on there just to throw it in the background. I'll use a preset. just like that, this beat is done. Oh, let me turn my channels back on. It helps to solo out the channel from time to time, just so you can kind of get a pre-mix on it. I'm going to save, Control S. So pretty much as you see, the beat is already done. This goes straight back into the chorus, which I will add back here. Just like that. Usually by the time you reach the 25th bar to 33rd, 32nd bar, that's the chorus. Usually radio choruses start between 52 seconds to 105 seconds. So we want to be at the chorus by the 22nd bar, 25th bar, according to this track. Just depends on your tempo. Yeah, so I'm gonna save. I want to do one thing before we bounce this down. The guitar, or some kind of wanky sound I had in there. So it looks like I had some kind of guitar pluck. Actually, I don't know what that is, man. But I probably run it through a chain. Yeah, I ran it through a chain already to make it sound like a guitar, which is the GTR effect. I think this is some kind of waves plugin. I typically like the Native Instruments plugins better, but I couldn't get it to come up in my chain, so I won't even worry about it. I'm going to leave this like it is with one exception. I'm going to change. I'm going to open it up. Wait. Yeah, I'll just open it up a little bit. I'm going to add this flanger. Wait, let me see if I already have one on here. Delay, phaser, tone, whatever that is. Compressor, gate, nope. So I'm going to add this flange sound. This is by Waves. So meta filter, meta flanger. I usually love to use this on vocals, but it does well on synth. So yeah, let's just play with a couple of presets, see how it sounds. That works for me with the classic. I'm not going to do an A and B. You heard how it sounds. I'm going to just run back to the track right quick. I think I want to put a verb on this little click here. And just like that, that's it. Save it, of course, so just in case it crashes. Turn the MP3, go over here to the 100 free beats, and that's it for track 60. So we're going to basically repeat the same pattern. iPhone. Anyway, that was the wife. Shout out to the wife. I'd read it to you, but might be kind of rated R. TV 14. Anyway, as you see, I keep some stuff off desk now. If you're out in your studio, get a smaller little table. I got like a little lunch table right there. Something, I don't know where we picked that thing up from. I think my mom had it years ago or something. The reason why is you'll mess around and just, not even be thinking, and boom, knock over a cup and you destroyed everything. I've done it several times. This keyboard here is attached to a $2,000 or $3,000 computer, which you do not see that's off screen, and I virtually destroyed this keyboard and almost destroyed my beat machine and other things just because of like a simple spill. It was very, very simple. The cup couldn't have been any taller than this, and yeah, like $1,000 was almost destroyed in one simple swift of the hand. So I keep a table now off screen where I hold all of my liquids. First of all, I never allow eating and drinking in the studio anyway. However, there will be times you have to take a sip, especially if you're doing videos and stuff like that. You're talking. I got to keep something I can drink it and wipe my mouth with, all types of stuff. And I notice if I keep this stuff here and I move around, boom, like I got a drum set over there that's like $400. It's a MIDI drum set, but I mean anything electronic will be destroyed by your liquids. So you keep a table off screen, on the floor, away from your desk, and it's going to save you a lot of time, patience, time, and cuss words. Okay, so anyway, let's go over here to track 61. Now, I already tell how this goes. This is a trap style song. I'm not big into trap at all. Nothing against trap artists. I'm just not, everybody got their own type of sound. However, there are elements of trap music in this particular sound. I am an R&B producer. And what I notice is that a lot of R&B artists want to sound trap. And so anyway, that's the new generation. And so from time to time, I will throw something in there that sounds more definitely modern to what people want to hear. And so with that being said, I don't think I've added any drums to this. It was kind of like a sketch. Again, learned that from Lil Jon. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this live right here. I'm going to close up that so I can look at this. I think it would have closed anyway. I'm going to go in here into some drum sounds. Oops. I guess that's why I had that spread out. I'm just going to pick a drum kit at random based on what I heard in the quick snap. Okay, no. Based what I heard in that quick. In the little sample right there is what I'm trying to say. All right, so you'll find, let me stop that. You'll find a lot of times on your computer, it will freeze. PCs do that a lot. I don't have that problem with my Mac at all. If you don't open up something in a while, it kind of converts to a cloud or something like that. I'm just kind of references. And if you don't open the file up and access it in a long time, the PC will freeze and go at random to try to find the thing again. It doesn't have a cache on it or something. And from time to time, your cache will disappear and it'll freeze, especially at FL Studio, which is notorious for freezing and crashing. You have to go find your sample again or wait till your sample unfreezes, depending on how much PC CPU you have. And this has, I think, somewhere between 32 and 64 gigs of RAM in it. So I'm telling you how great this computer is, but it's still... I'm going to be quiet right there, okay? Now, I have a subwoofer, so I'm not gonna turn this up any louder. Like, this room is vibrating. This is a brick room. I do have like padding around, but this is, I know how my sound. My ears are tuned to vibrations and sounds and things of that nature. So I'm not gonna crank this anymore. It's already like booming in here, and it's just what time it is? It's almost 10 a.m. in the morning. Now, I am home alone technically, even though my kids are in there. I'm not going to crank it up for two reasons. One, when you crank up your sound, you start draining the energy from this part of your spiritual location. When you drain your ears of energy, the less focus you will be on the proper sound that should go into something. And so that's why I dread listening to 808s that blow like this. That's a lot of energy. And so if you want to discover your sound, I would say stray away from the 808s until you're ready to throw that kind of energy in there. 808s really drain the energy out. Now, I'm not saying it doesn't sound good. Of course, I'm from Atlanta. I was born and raised in Atlanta. We love 808s. But what I'm saying is that there's a difference between these kind of 808s and the older 808s. So this thing could get very, very blah after a while. So what I try to do is I try to use more kicks than 808 sound and kind of blend in an 808. But particularly because we're using this type of trap sound, I'm going to go ahead and go with the blow 808 or whatever. I don't know why it sounds different here, but let's check it out. Yeah, okay. So from time to time, you'll find your sample looking red like this. What it means is that you have to hold it down to trigger it, and it will continue to loop. I'll just show you. Like, I'm holding the key down and it will continue to trigger, which could definitely mess up your track later on. I usually like to offset these little things. There's several ways you can do it. Not offset, excuse me, sample start. I just kind of give it a little click and the red will go away. So when you hold it down, if you have to, it won't come back to you. So basically that red, if you see that in your track ever on a sampler, it means that it'll go from here to start to the finish. It'll fade out and then it'll come right back and do it again. And it'll do that over and over again until you say stop. So I'll usually like to just touch it a little bit and it goes away, so it doesn't mess up the sample. If it messes up the sample, then try to do it over and over and over and over again until you get the hang of it. I have the hang of it. I'll just pick it up and show you. This is going to become one of your friends if you plan on becoming an advanced person at digital media. Get away from the regular mouse, which will cause you carpal tunnel. It will mess up your hand for a while. Now, when I was younger in my 20s, I had the MacBook Pro, and I was like, screw this thing, okay? And everybody was telling me, hey, you need to get something like this. And it had the big ball, and it felt like Centipede, if you're familiar with that game. I hated that. So I found a little compromise these days, and this is made by Logitech. I think I got it when I got my computer from Dell.com. I mean, you can find this thing at Walmart. They're not very popular, but it is called ergonomics or something like that. And what it does is I don't slide this across the floor. I just take this little ball, just like Centipede, and as you see on the screen, that's all I'm doing. And clicking, click, 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 click. That's it. Basically, you can play. It's a gaming mouse, basically. And so, if you're familiar with PC games, and it helps you a lot. You're just moving your thumb like this, thumb rolling around, and one click. That's it. And maybe if you have to right click. So these are two things all you're using all day long. And I can sit out here for hours and hours and hours and just do this. And it doesn't do anything. It doesn't hurt my hand. It doesn't take stress out of my body. And so you want to start to become aware of that. You may not have that right now. You may have this you may be doing this. That's fine. I'm not ragging on you. But what I'm saying is that when you become a professional, you start to take gigs. You start to take clients, things of that nature. You start to, use your home as a studio. Whatever you want to do, you do your own thing. Put out your own stuff. It's going to take some time, especially you becoming a specialist or an advanced person. You may want to invest more into things like this than to things like these plugins. Start using the stock plugins. Stop investing so much money into software. Start investing things into your natural health. That's one of the secrets to becoming a great media person, digital media specialist especially. So anyway, we're here back in this track again. Let's check it out. I just want to create some random sounds. Not too random, but I mean they're going to be in perspective of the genre. I'm not going to use any drum loops. Nothing against drum loops. That's another thing. You'll find a lot of times these guys say that they're drum designers and all that stuff sounds exactly the same. Mostly, all of this stuff sounds exactly the same. Which is why from time to time you'll find my tracks saying this sample is no longer available because I can just plug it in with another one. It sounds exactly the same. And so with the exception of maybe Splice, and I'm finding out I've just started using the cymatics. They run the game right now. It used to be other. I don't want to get into that. We can get into that conversation another. Maybe I'll do a live discussion on it or something like that. You can ask some questions. But basically, all these guys sound the same. I dig Nate the producer. He's a YouTuber. Shout out to him. I'm not an affiliate of his or anything like that. I just think he's a dope guy who makes beats. And so anyway, go check him out as well. You might be saying, well, why are you doing that? Because, man, spread the love, man. That's how I feel. I'm not the only guy who knows stuff, and I'm not to be compared with him. He's not to be compared with me. And so anyway, let's get going. I'm going to grab some snares here let's use Nate the Producer's Kit, right? He does R&B. I want to use this kick from him. I want to use one of his hi-hats, and let's go with one of his snaps. It's like older than a snap music, right? So anyway, what we're going to do is just basically build out a pattern before I throw the 808 on there. So I'm going to put all of this in the same chain. I got this from Kanye West. Oh. Whew. I'm gonna turn it down, man. I tried to turn it up. I got monitors and my sub is just whew. And I got to go under the desk and go behind it to turn it down. So I don't have that fancy thing where you turn all your speakers out. I don't need that. It's just extra money. I'm just turning it down. I'm going to spread this out to about an 8 pattern. Where we at? 8? What in the world? I don't say I care for this thing FL Studio just did. The time is different. Okay, let me be quiet. Get back to what I'm doing. I'm gonna just go ahead and roll that. So I'm gonna double that beat up. I'm not gonna combine. I'm gonna copy it. I was gonna do something super complicated, but later on when I come back to this track, and I'll be like, why did I do that? So anyway, I'm gonna just copy this beat over here to pattern 4, paste it. What I'll do is I'll go in here. Now I will change up. Just go ahead and delete that. I'm gonna chop up the sample, Alt U. I'm gonna change the timing to 6 beat, I think it is. If not, I usually use 6 step. So what I did right there is basically just create another hi-hat pattern. My FL Studio is broken, but I would suggest, because I despise creating hi-hat patterns, what I would typically do with this is I'll maybe do this in another video, because we're coming up on a production series after this, is to create a MIDI file based on the hard work I just did, because you can't do that from track to track. You have to have stuff that you continually use over and over again, and you reshape it into something else. You would just basically bounce it down again to a MIDI file, and it will save as the MIDI file. It'll show up as something that looks like this. I'll show you an example of, matter of fact, I have one in the splice. No, I have one in these cymatics MIDI. See, it says MIDI. These are MIDI files. It'll just show up as you created it, and you can tweak it as you would. It's kind of difficult to explain other than showing you, but anyway, it'll show up as a digital file like this, and you can kind of just change the sound of it. I'll show you in another video. That's all I'm saying. So you may want to get used to doing stuff like that, because otherwise patterns become monotonous, and it kind of takes away from the energy, again, we're talking about when you're creating media. So let's see how it sounds. So what I want to do is, I'm going to go with that. Only thing I'm going to do, I'm going to cut this kick, the 808 kick. I'm going to add it on its own channel. I'm going to delete it from there as well. I'm going to go over here to pattern 5, brand new pattern. I'm going to drop it there. Because the sample, you'll find this happening from time to time, especially if you use FL Studio. Remember this? We first started the video, and I showed you how that loop will show up. If you hold it down, I'm holding it with my key, it just keeps repeating over and over again. And then we turned it off, right? But when you do that, it locks the sound into that key. So no matter, you can press A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P on your keyboard, and it'll still sound like this in that one monotonous tone. So what you want to do is go here where it says in the corner here, you see it say time stretch, but you see this little yellow thing right up under it. Click none. So you right click, click none. Again, this is not an FL Studio tutorial. It is, but it's not. What I mean by that is we're using FL Studio, so I'll show you some of the mastery things within it that you can do, but this is not an FL Studio tutorial. If you picked up this tutorial by typing in keywords FL Studio, get the hell out of here. This is not an FL Studio tutorial. This is a masterclass for digital masters. So anyhow, and you may be using FL Studio, but you can take this knowledge and apply it to anything. So I'm showing you the key tricks to advanced secrets, because in this tutorial we'll be using other digital audio workstations as well, but mainly for the 100 free beats we will be using FL Studio. So if you find yourself using FL Studio and wanting to become more masterfully at using it, feel free to keep continuing to watch. If not, check my previous comment. So anyhow, what you would do is click that, right click that, click none. You know, if you want to change the sound of it, then you could go into your piano roll and change the sound. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this. I'm going to drag and paste it, right? It's a little bit off beat here. I can see that, but I want to see if that's going to work out. So anyhow, what I would do is basically change the key of the way that sounds. So anyhow, this stuff is rarely tuned. I'm not going to get into all that tuning stuff, tuning of drums. I just want to run over here to see. I got a subwoofer. Yeah, so what I want to do is I'm going to mute this sub. I'm going to mute the sub, and I'm using a FL Studio 3X oscillator. We'll get into that later. I think that may be one of the best ones. And so I'll make sure I keep it on here. I'm gonna mute it here so I can know exactly what I'm doing. So this is the same thing as this. This is the chain. This is the mastering mixer chain. So all I'm doing is going over here. I used FL Studio keys, which I don't like. I need a quick piano, and a lot of times people are using that ridiculous thing. So I use it too right now. Anyhow, I'm going over here. That's it. And so it looks like I'm missing a sample there. I'm gonna check that out later. It's probably like a sub drop or something crazy like that. What I want to do is I want to basically design my sub on, which one is the sub? This was dead, yeah. The sub, I'm just gonna copy and paste. Where was I? I'm on channel 5, that's right. So I didn't see it here, that's what happened. So I'm gonna peek at my piano, FL Studio keys. So I'm using an E here, G, so I'm not going to get into scale formatting or whatnot, but that is a G flat, or you call it F sharp. I call them flats because they're black keys. I'm a black man. So anyway, you can put that in 3 different scales. I'm just going to say it's a diminished. Because they have the flat, you got the, let's just call this the 7-1. So I'm going to say I'm in the key of G. I can't tell you right now how I know that. But it has 1 flat, which is F flat. I mean, G flat. So I'm gonna say I'm in the key of G. And I can call it any other thing. This is how I place it into my mind. You may be familiar with jazz scales, or you may play at church or something like that and put in a different scale, but we're all saying the same thing. This is how I understand things. I'll be playing off the 7, and I'm gonna drop to probably the 3. How did I learn scales, you may be asking? Go over there to Jermaine Griggs at hearandplay.com and check out their stuff. They will teach you to play scales and chords and everything else gospel musicians understand. And so what I'm going to do here, I don't know what happened to my original one. It's somewhere. It's going to show up later on and mess me up. But I'm going to play and see how this sounds. I'm dropping on A. Let's just start from the drop. I'm gonna just drop it. Drop it back to. Let's see how this sounds. I know what I'm trying to do. I just want to see if that's gonna work. Have to keep it up. I wanted to do that. I'm not going to do it. It's just going to take too long to run that pattern. I'm going to take it up. Excuse me. I'm going to take it back up. And then on the next bar, I'll just drop it back down again. All right. Just repeat. Excuse me. just repeat the pattern. That's all. That's all I'm doing. Okay, so while we're doing that, let's jump over here and start working on. I'm gonna press save, of course. Always, I have it on an automatic save. This is one of the secrets you may want to consider if you're using anything. But this, we're right now in FL Studio. Oh my God, this program, blah blah blah. Or you want to close it now? Yes, I'm gonna close it. So where we at? General settings. General settings, blah blah blah. I think it is project note. General settings. So there is an auto save here. Maybe audio general. You may see it on the before I do. Transparent automatic save. Oh Lord, where is this thing at? You probably already seen it. I'm looking at so much right now. Nope, general. Taming, blah 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 blah. I thought it was usually over here somewhere. Anyway, you may want to always put this thing on an auto save wherever it is. Maybe you saw it, maybe you didn't. But there's an auto save option where I got this thing saving every 5 minutes. Get used to that, because from time to time when you start to use plugins and you start to add an extra plugin instantiation, you start to add things, it'll freeze and you won't get that program back, you won't get that pattern back, because it'll crash. It'll just freeze. And I don't care if you keep your computer up 3 days without turning it off, it's going to stay frozen just like that. And you have to end it and you'll lose everything. So keep it under a auto save, where if you're forgetting to press Control S or go up there and press save, whatever you're using, it's always creating a backup for you. And you know how you'll work. And so that's how I have FL Studio working, because it will crash. And so anyway, what we're doing right now, we're going to take a look at the first one, which is the spook key. Don't ask me where I got this from. This is one of those off-brand plugins, which you'll find actually work a lot better than most things. I just said I'll use it because I couldn't get the FL Studio WASP to play, because I'm using the 64-bit version and they don't allow it for whatever reason. Image line, give me a shout. Let's work something out. I can let you know what people are doing. So anyway, it's not showing up here. Oh, I gotta mute it because I'm on my keyboard here. So I'm pressing here on my Native Instruments M32. It's just like a eerie whisper. That's what it's called, spook keys, and I got it on a whistling setting. So anyhow, because we're using the snap, we just want to take it back, snap music right quick. So same thing, I want to make sure this is in the right key though. So I'm going to copy this, add it on its own channel. In fact, let me not do that. Yeah, let me do that. I'm going to go over here to the keys. I got the ghost notes playing. I'm going to copy it over here to channel 1, playing under the FL Studio keys. Just want to make sure we're in the right channel. So yeah, we're playing the F, G flat, and then the G. It may not be tuned here on the instrument as such though, which is something altogether. So we're not going to play with that. I'm going to leave it as the setting how I had it. I'm going to go over here, take the spook key, put it on its on channel. I'm just going to, excuse me. I'm going to copy, select all copy. I'm going to turn this one down to F#6. I'm going to paste. I'm going to add it on the next channel as F#7. And that's all it's doing, from going from one octave to the second octave. And that's pretty much how a lot of hip hop, especially Southern rap, is done. And you can credit that to a lot of different producers I can name, but only one sticks out in my mind right now, and that's the one I mentioned earlier. It was kind of the blueprint for all of this stuff, and that's Lil Jon. So anyway, only thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna change this kick. I'm gonna put the kick now on its own channel because of what I'm about to do. The kick should also change keys. So where are we at with that kick? So all I did there was change the tone of the kick to blend more in with what's going on with the instrumentation. Again, all I did was do that. I kept the same feel. I understand that this thing is a little bit off beat, but it adds a groove to the track. And so all the time, just find out how to add humanization in your track so it does not sound completely robotic. I can't stand the robotic sound. I never could. I'm an 80s baby, okay? I'm used to hearing the groove. DJs scratch the turntable. They can blend, they can mix. Not a sucker DJ, okay? So I come from that era where sucker DJs was just not in the mix, okay? And so people were sampling James Brown and things of that nature. So people had the groove. And they could understand, they could dance, they could rap, they could sing, they could do a whole bunch of stuff, do a backflip and just jump right back on the beat. And so today you don't have that, so you want to try to, if you come out of the 80s, 90s generation, you want to try to keep that feel in the music because it really keeps the music alive, all right? And it enhances what you're doing. So anyway, that's my sermonette, and let's continue. The reason why I changed that is because, like I said, you will find a lot of times, and this is another reason I've been throwing away kits lately, is that a lot of these guys don't understand tuning of a drum. Just like I wish I could turn this camera. I could turn this camera on, but then it would kind of mess up my vibe, right? And yeah, I got like a super expensive camera over here. I'm gonna start using in a few days. I haven't used this thing in years. So anyway, just imagine a drum. You know, matter of fact, let's not imagine a drum. Let's show you what I mean. I'm gonna use one of Ninth Wonder's kicks, right? Let's just use that. It sounds like a real drum. I'm going to tune this kick for you so you can understand what I mean. There's already a tuner here. I keep stuff on my timeline, I'll put it like that, so I can know what I'm doing. I'm going to use my regular keyboard and tune this kick for you so you can understand what I'm saying. As you'll notice, I'll turn this off first so you can hear me. Listen for the sound. What kind of speakers you have on, I don't know if you're on your phone or anything like that, but you should be watching this from a computer screen so you can try to follow along at least and understand what I'm saying. Can you hear that? All right, so I'm gonna drop the kick down. I'm gonna play different sounds. All of that is the kick sound, digitally enhanced. Just like if you go to church or you go to a venue, you would hear the drummer play different kind of sounds. Let's see if we can take one of these snares. This is a snap. I don't have any snares on here, so maybe I'll add a snare later on. Anyhow, I'm going to delete this kick, but before I do, I'm just showing you. I'm going to turn the tuner back on here. This is one of FL Studio's tuner plugins. As I play, it's catching, it's showing you, it's playing in an F3. If I drop it down, turn it up a little bit. Now it's saying I'm playing somewhere between a A flat and a G2. So now I'm playing in a G2 or somewhere. It's trying to get the feel of the kick, and so there are things, you know, it has a drain on it, you know, it may lose tunage over a while. This is not the way I want to explain this. Is if you were playing an actual drum, if you've been in band, if you go to church and you play it as a musician or something like that, you understand the tuning of a drum, and the better the drum, the better its tuning qualities, and that's why they have those little screws on the side of the drums. And you can tune your snare, tune your drum to what the sound should sound like, or create the vibe of the sound. The same thing needs to be done digitally, and that's why a lot of time people's tracks or your tracks are not sounding well, is because it's losing tune, or it's not all of a sudden tuned. And so the better your drum kit, the better your sound. And so if you don't use something like a tuner or understand how to work it, try to find out. If you can't, just listen to your ears to what sounds good. Because again, if you're doing anything like hip-hop, R&B, digital pop music, something like that, you're not playing with live instruments. People really don't care as long as it sounds good. So tune your ears to what the music sounds like, which is what made me change this kick. And you see how I had it on an F sharp G flat to a or something like that, and I had to drop it back down because it's not tuned right now. See, in the scale, just going over this real quick, in the scale of a G, G sharp or A flat is not in the scale, and so that lets you know this drum that I'm using from, I think it's this guy from whatever kit I just got that out of. You saw it early, go rewind it if you didn't. It's not tuned properly, so you have to do your own work. And I'm just showing you all the master keys that people will not show you. So anyway, let's go back to the track. Now you could fight and argue and say that even needs tuning, so let's see how it sounds. let's keep that. All right. So it's in and out of scale. It may sound good now, it may not sound good later. I really don't care at this point. We're just doing this, and that's why we have the mastering glue on here. Oh, excuse me, that's why we're going to turn the mastering glue on, and I'll show you the effects of that in a moment. But right now, we're just designing the track, adding to it, and we're going to fly through the rest of these tracks. I may add a snare breakdown. Again, this is trap music sounding sound, so let's just go back to something with some trap music in it. Ba 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 ba. Those are special producer tones, right? Let's just go back to Nate the producer, right? See what kind of snares he got. That's like some old 3/6 Mafia type of snare. So let's use that. You're tongue tied. Let's use that. Maybe I'll say that from now on. Let's use that. Let's use that. How you like that? You like that? Leave a comment below if you like that. If you think it's whack, just tell me it's whack. I'm going to put all this on the same channel. So I'm just going to make a quick snare breakdown. Only thing I'm gonna do with this is so tight already. I'm just gonna pitch it up, then pitch it back down. All right, so that's the breakdown. And we'll see how it fits into the sound, and we'll just reshape it if it doesn't work. So what we were working on here before we jump too fast is the last thing was going to be the subwoofer, not a subwoofer, sub. Now see, I can already tell it's slightly off because I got my sub hooked up and it tells me what I like to hear. It's in there, but it's not in there. So what I'm gonna do is I'm using all three oscillators. I'm just gonna slightly tune one or two. It looks like I'm using this one and this one mainly. I'm gonna fine tune it just a little bit to better fit. Let's see, that was the 808. So I'm gonna solo out the 808 and here. Oh, excuse me. That's the kick. Sorry, the 808. The blow 808, you know, and the that's spook key. Sorry, let me find it. All right, so that's our blowing 808, and then we have the sub. So they will conflict from time to time if you don't tune it. So you can see already they're on top of each other. So I can do two things. I can change this sub to a different octave. Let's see if that works first. It works better. So I now have to do less tuning. So let's see if we can tune it just a little bit. I want to take the subwoofer, no, excuse me, the 808, turn it off. I'm going to pitch it up one more time so I can hear it. So I'm going to see how that sounds. against the 808. So I pitched it up twice so I could hear it. But let's see how it sounds. Pitching it up twice is great. Let me see how it sounds once. So what I'll do is I'll copy the same thing. I'll pitch it up and down. All I'm going to do here, this is the subwoofer. I'm going to copy, excuse me, drag this out so you can see. I'm selecting all I'm doing is moving it up an octave here, back to down, excuse me, back to up. So all I would do now, I like the way it sounds. I can do it differently. I can do it up, down, or down, up. It's up to me. It's totally my opinion of how I think it should sound. Now, an artist may do it, an engineer might tweak it a little bit later on, or I can do the same thing. What I'm simply going to do is, let me see, this is a sub. I should have named them as appropriately, but I can't change it at this point. It's too much work. I'm going to just keep track of where I am. This is on the subwoofer is on channel 2. The 808 is on channel 5. The kick is on channel 6. So I'm going to turn channel 6 on. Oh, excuse me, I'm going to turn the kick on, should I say. So we got the kick, the 808, and the sub. I like how already the kick is shooting straight through it. Like I said, shout out to Nate, the producer, guy who understands mixing and producing. So anyway, I don't have to do much to his kick, except for I'm going to do one thing. I'm just going to take off some of the edge so it doesn't conflict as much with my bass line. That's it. That's all I'm gonna do to that kick. Maybe, widen it a little bit. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna put it on a mono. This is to the right. All the way right is mono. To the left, all the way is widening the kick. I'm gonna just put it on mono because it shoots straight through the bass. Now, if I mess around and turn one of these other basses, the sub is already on a mono. If I turn this 808 to a mono and it conflicts, I'll just change the kick, or vice versa. You have to figure out what's going to work best for you and the way you like things to sound. I just understand sound from a different perspective. So I'm going to keep the 808, which is here, on a stereo, so it does not create much conflict. Again, only thing I'm going to do with this 808 is kind of shape it so it doesn't conflict with my kicks, because basically 808 and a regular kick is kind of the same. One is just more bass heavy. This is my 808 and this is my kick. So this is the kick. Like I said, we already shaped that one. This is the 808. I'm going to just bring them next to each other so you can see what it sounds like. We're playing here in the playlist. All I got to do is press play in the song mode. now the basses are now fighting. So you got the 808 kick and the subwoofer on. So I typically wouldn't keep all of that on at the same time. I'm just going to now mute the kick out and challenge the subwoofer versus the 808. Subwoofer here, 808 here. Now, I'll say this. The reason why I'm going to do this is because they're already in the same similar form of shape. What I'm going to do is, to keep them from conflicting, I will do this. That's when you begin to start to produce. You're going to take your pattern, which is 16 bars already. You're just going to map it out. You're going to take the first part of the song, kill one of the bass lines. You can kill the kick as well. So I'm going to kill both of them. Kill the kick, kill the subwoofer. We got the 808. I think this is 808, right? Yep. So that's the 808. Excuse me, that's the kick playing. Kick. Now you can label all this stuff. I'm not going to do like all that. Like I said, this is not that kind of class. You may want to get used to that stuff, but you have to just know yourself. I know what my stuff is. I know what tracks I'm working with. I can tell by the way it sounds, the way it looks. I'm not going to do any of that. I'm just using basic generic names right now. Get used to doing that stuff. I don't do that, so just follow along what I'm saying. If I don't know what I'm talking about, turn to the next video, whatever. So this is the kick, 808 subwoofer. So all I'm doing is I'm starting to arrange. This is arrangement. That's when you start to get into actual producing. You've made your track, and now you're thinking of the concept or the idea of the song, how the artist would approach it. And so they may approach it totally different. The engineer could totally chop it up or whatever. They could totally screw it up in production. That's on them. They pay for the track already. Now, you don't want your stuff to sound crazy, so you come at it from a point of how an artist should approach this song. And so I would approach it, because it's so bass heavy, I would kill the kick coming in, right? I would kill the bass line coming in. I let the kick be the first. No, I'm sorry. I let the subwoofer be the first. I'm riding the sub all the way into the verse while bringing in the kick. And I'm going to take out the subwoofer. Let the 808 play. Matter of fact, ride the kick, bring in the 808, and then on the chorus, which we'll have here, or by the time we reach here, let's see how long we're playing. Yeah, the chorus reaches, the first chorus here for radio reaches here. We're back into the subwoofer, and I'll show you what I mean once we start to get there. I'm just going to copy this and paste it. I know what I'm looking at. You just follow along as you're becoming a master. And because we wrote that so long, I'm going to kill that 808. And there are different things that you could do to tweak that 808. I'll show you what I mean in a moment. Right now, we worked out the conflict of the basses. And so now we're back here into track 2, which is the piano. Only thing I want to do with this piano, oops, I almost messed that up. Be careful of the shortcuts. I was trying to save and mess around and click save all or something crazy. Anyway, once you click a track here in FL Studio, it shows you what mixer chain you're on. So we're back. I'm trying to click it. That's the only thing I don't like about 20. They don't really let you select the stuff anymore. It's some kind of bug in there. Anyway, we already have a great deal of effects on the piano. Only thing I want to do with this piano is move it from side to side or whatever. I don't know. So when I do stuff like that, I use two things. I'm using the Parametric. I just started using the Pancake. But right now, I'm going to choose the the Mondo Mod. This is a Waves plugin. I'm just going to put it on Wow, see how it sounds. Play the piano by itself. Oh, excuse me. Hold up. Go here. Play the piano by itself. Okay, so here how it's, see, I can't select this. That's some kind of bug inside of FL Studio. It used to didn't be like that, so I got to go here and select it again. This is a modulating frequency sound. I'm just put it like that. This is how it sounded without it. And this is how it sounds with it. It sounds off. So you have to create your own sound. This is how it sounds with nothing on it. Ooh, FL Studio, you got to do better. And so, like I said, the reason why I did that is because I know how my stuff needs to sound. I just needed a basic piano sound without using something like Omnisphere or, you know, something big that takes up a lot of something for a little bit of nothing. I just needed that stupid piano sound, and I knew I was going to have to beef it up. So I put on the one knob. This is made by Waves as well. Waves Brighter. It started to get brighter. I put on a driver. It started to drive harder. I liked the way that sound. I put on a louder to make it louder. And now I just added the Mondo mod, which is kind of like a flanger, to make it sound even more detuned and weirder. So again, we just went through the A/B. I just wanted to show you the power of plugins and to shape your sound. So I'm gonna click save on that. I'm done with that track. I may want to widen it a little bit. Let's see how it sounds. Definitely want to widen it, right? So here, I'm basically finished with this track. Only thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go over here. I turned the limiter off. Again, as I've been doing in every video, I'm going to the Puke Child 670. Forgive me if I'm saying your name wrong. But the 670, I'm going to Drew Levane, or whatever his name is, Mastering Glue. I like that preset, and this is how it sounds now. I may wind it out a little bit more. I'm going to see how it sounds next to the hi-hats, which is the last thing I'm going to mess with before I bounce this down or track it out. Let's see how the hi-hats and snap sound. And I got this, remember where I started? I said I got this from Kanye West. I put all of my drums and everything on one mixer chain. That's because I'm going to add one effect to it to make it sound better. Instead of mixing over here, mixing over there, trying to bring it all together. Sometimes you just slap that thing on one chain and you can get a great sound out of it. So you see how it sounds a little bit blah, 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 right? I'm just going to go over here and add the CLA drums. This is a Waves plugin as well. Let's see how it sounds with it. If it doesn't, I have another idea for it. I'm going to go over here to Room, change it to Room, and press play and see can we make something good out of it. So that's pretty much it for that drum. I'm going to see how it sounds widened. Too much. So I'm going to throw it back on mono sounding drums. I'm going to do probably one more thing, maybe add some spice to it. What I mean by spice is I'm going to spice it up. So anyway, I'm going to go over here to Corrosive, see how that sounds on top of it. Oops, that's the C6. I don't want to use the C6. Corrosive is what I tried to click. Corrosive is a distortion plugin. Let's see how it sounds with that. I like that. I'm gonna just turn it down a little bit here. but then it adds a phase, so you might have to go all in. Sometimes with these plugins, you have to go all in. So let's see how that sounds. I may end up deleting the corrosive. I don't know. Let's see how it sounds. We have to see how it sounds based on everything we just made. So I'm gonna unmute everything. Yep. And so let's see how it sounds. I like the feeling of it, but let's see how it sounds. Go to the song list. First of all, let's press save. Go over here to the song playlist, stretch it out so you can see. We're going to start and play it all the way to we think it doesn't sound good. One thing I forgot to do, the whistle. We forgot to add something to that. So it's plain as you see on track 1. So let's just go ahead and, matter of fact, what chain was this on? This was channel 3. Let's just throw it into channel 3 mix, see how it sounds. And so anyhow, this is the way it sounds. And so what I would do simply is just to kind of track that out slightly different. I'm gonna just see if I can make a quick adjustment to the format. And this is pretty much how I think it should sound. So anyway, yeah, that's it. I would leave that just exactly how it is. All I would do is just press save. I would go to export MP3, go over here to 100 beats folder, bounce down, press start, and I will return shortly. Okay, I'm back. Did you miss me? Alright, so I got my Perrier here. Perrier, holla at me. You want to give me an endorsement? That's great. We're on the track 62 now. Although you may be asking yourself, although this is recorded live, I'm not able to do this as a live masterclass simply because there's too much going on. Anytime you're dealing with actual live stuff, it's never really live. It's all pre-recorded, not pre-recorded, it's all pre-planned. Everything, it's like a script. Reading by the script, you practice, go by the script, and it's not really live, you know. If somebody's out there talking a lot of foolishness, anybody can drum up a bunch of stupid stuff from their heads. In fact, you may want to watch out for people like that, man, I'm telling you. But this is not, we're doing this for real. And so that's what I mean by live. It's not heavily edited. Only thing that you may see that's edited between this thing is like long, extremely long pauses, you know, where I had to step away from this for like hours, or like a day went by or something like that. That's it. Other than that, you get basically, you know, eventually it will turn into the time codes or whatever, but I'm uploading this stuff just as it is. This is a master class. That's why I said, you know, this is for masters. That's why you are here. You know, I'm not looking for 1,700 million people to watch this. I'm looking for a few thousand masters, and what I mean by that is we're reshaping digital media, and it begins right here, right now. Digital audio, digital video, etc. You know, I gotta pause and do my sermonettes simply because you can look at me as the prophet, you can look at me as the preacher or whatever, the teacher. But I am your media prophet, so I am showing you how to transition your gift from that which has been stuck into that which is in the cosmos, you're pulling from the spirit realm. Again, I don't know what religion you subscribe to. Understand something is that regardless of whatever you believe, this is a spiritual work. And that you must be in tune with yourself in order to be in tune with your God, in tune with what it is that God inside of you wants to create. And so you are a creator. That is why you are here. This is not for chumps, in other words, you know, whether you are female or whether you are male, whether you, Google says binary or whatever, I don't know, you know, whatever you want to call yourself, you know, however you feel that you are, this is not about that. This is about what you believe to be your dream, to be your passion. And so from 62 all the way up until about 70, we're going to just kind of fly through this stuff because it's already kind of pre-done. I showed you at the beginning of this video how we're going to start to mix certain things that are already pre-made. All you have to do is follow along what I'm doing. Whether I'm telling you what I'm doing or not, just kind of follow along. And we're doing this, we're shaping it. This is content to show you how to shape your own stuff into your own style, into getting that job, into creating that business. And we're right here again on the desktop, going back to the 670, loading up our preset, exiting out of that, checking our tracks to see if we have any major plugins running. We don't, because we're looking here for instantiations, and you can always tell because they'll be filled in like that. So they're all blank, as you can see here, and we're just going back looking at what we have. Then we're going over here to this is the pattern playlist. This is the song arrangement playlist, where you will arrange all of your patterns into a actual song. And so we just want to basically load it up right now, see how it sounds. I remember something about this. I think it was not quantized, so let me stop and quantize this. I was just trying to get an idea out of my head. I don't think it's quantized, so I'm gonna press my Control Q, and you see it shifted. I'll undo it so you can see it again. This is how it was, and I'm gonna press Control Q again and quantize it. Excuse me, hold up. Oops. Quantize the whole thing. So I don't know how it sounds. I'm just quantizing it because I remember it wasn't quantized, which means to lock it to a grid. So the sound sounds very thin. This is a FL Studio plugin called Sawyer. You may be familiar with this thing. It's called a Moog or Moog. I'm gonna just beef up the sound. That's all I'm doing, because I don't like the thinness of it. So again, I'm gonna start with my meta flanger, which I run to in times of help. Doing is locking it back up to the quantization of it. And so just like that, you had to go back in the track and rediscover the oomph of it. I'll just put it like that, to use that phrase. So that's like a whole thing. The only thing I'm gonna do to that, I'm gonna put an echo on it, because I could hear like the nuances that should be played behind it. You know what, I'm not gonna even get into that discussion, but you should learn how to play the echo. I'll just put it like that. There's some crazy effects that could add a lot of oomph to your track. So again, I'm gonna add one other thing to that synth, maybe two things. I want to go over here and go to the Mondo mod again. I want to add something to it. Let's check out this sweeper. Nope, it's too much. Go to the pulsing gate. I'm going through the presets now. Awesome. It's starting to sound more like a board or something in the background mixed. I'm gonna widen it to see how it sounds. So oftentimes what I'll do is I'll save this, throw it onto another mixer, and that's what I'm going to do now. It saves time to make your own, stack your own presets. Once you learn how to stack presets, you can save a lot of time. So what I'm going to do, because I want a similar sound for that other track, is I'm just going to click save. I'm going to type in yeah, say it like I said earlier. I'll capitalize it. Sounds like a board. I'm gonna go over here to track 5. All I'm gonna do is file. It's already here under S. Sounds like a board. You see, it dropped the same instantiation over here on track 5, which was our what? I don't even know what track 5 is. It's something though. Omnisphere. Omnisphere. I'm gonna just open it up one time, okay? Omnisphere has its own kind of system going on in there. You can add all types of weird stuff. I already did that. I'm not gonna touch it anymore. I'm gonna actually close that out. I'm just gonna add some post effects. And it sounds like this. So I'll stop it now and let you see how it sounded before. That's a A, this is a B. See, it already had stuff going on. All I'm doing is just double stacking. This is how it sounds. Got some kind of strings playing somewhere. I gotta find that. So it's Omnisphere again. This is gonna be your heavy processing synth. That's why I clicked it. It's already froze. I'm not gonna touch it again. If it freezes, then we just lost everything. But it didn't. So it already had a dark, moody orchestra on there. It already has its own system of presets and stuff. Like I said, I'm not gonna touch that. I don't know if I created that or not. I'm just gonna click save again, just in case it freezes and crashes this time. Because right now what we're going to do, we're not going to add that same thing. We're going to go ahead and find something new to kind of reshape the string sound. And what I'll just do is run to the best thing I know how, is presets. And I'm going to just throw a filter on top of that to try to shift the string sound into the background. Because strings typically come in once you hear like a lot of vocals or singing. And let's just see how it sounds. I'm going to circle it here. Press play. Alright, so for the drums, only thing I'm going to do, I'm not going to very much touch this. I would like for an artist to get at it before it's mixed. And oftentimes you find like you don't have to do that stuff. It's already widening up. Let's see what it sounds like. I'm going to turn the strings off. I'm just going to put this bouncing effect on here that I already have preset. It's called Shake 'em Loose or something like that. Shake 'em one, so it moves from side to side, just kind of pans out the sound. You can see it here. That's it. You're just moving the sound from time to time. And it does it by itself. Alright, so basically we have everything already tracked out. Yep, so other than what's happening next, mute that again. Just the clap. I'm gonna throw a true verb on that clap, and that's pretty much it. Go back to the New York State of Mind. That's it. I mean, maybe I'll throw a reverb on the master channel, see how that sounds for everything. How it adds that ooh love feeling. So I'm gonna see how this room sounds versus that hall sounds, which I just care for. I love the hall sound. So I'm just gonna see, I'm gonna widen this room, see how it sounds. So I can already tell, just know what you like to hear. I like this hall sound. I can feel that. I can feel it. I can feel it. And so that's what it's about, the feeling. So anyway, I don't have anything to explain except for you must feel it. So looks like it's already tracked out. I'm going to use it exactly how it is. With one exception, I may take out the drums in the beginning and just let it play through. Then pick up the drums at about the string, which is the chorus. Excuse me, this could be a pre-chorus. It depends on how the artists want to come at it. So I'm gonna just take that out. I can put it here. So I was late with the chorus. Again, it's just really about the feel. It's about the artist, you know, all types of stuff. I'm gonna leave this like it is. Of course, I could break this first part down and bring the chorus in a lot sooner, which it should really show up out here the way I make songs. But I'm gonna leave it like it is. You know, you never know what an artist may feel on that and may discover something different entirely within it. And so I can just see in my mind me shifting a lot of stuff around right now. You're just basically shifting around squares, like Timbaland said. Let's see how it sounds widened and just a little bit panned. Other than that, I'm done with this track. like that is done. I'm not going to do much else to it. It'll take away a whole lot. Like I said, I moved that chorus a lot sooner, that's all. So if you're wondering what I was doing there, I just moved the chorus from the left to the right about 4 bars sooner, that's all. Bouncing it down. I typically like to have my tracks between 32 and 64 bars, depending on the speed of it. Again, the chorus probably should come about 8 bars sooner for me, just because I program my tracks radio style. That's some stuff if you're not familiar with, it's going to take you a while to learn. But you can always start today to understand. And again, you have Google, you have YouTube, you have this course, you have many other gals and guys out there teaching what it's going to take for you to really master your craft. So check out those people. You know, this is, again, the master course is not for beginners per se, but it is for the one who believes that they are a master or can master the sound of multimedia. I have to come up some. I'm not sure why that thing is dragging like that, but I do have a couple of omnispheres on there, so I'm going to just leave it like that. And typically, if you're working in FL Studio, I'm not going to touch anything because it's definitely going to crash. I'm just going to take this time to talk to you until it reaches 40 bars, and then we move on to track 63. This right here, as you see the fingers pointing, I'm not going to touch it, is a sync. What that means is that it's boiling your song down to a specific rate, and what that means is that you can get more quality the higher your setting. Just like if you're cooking food, you turn up the temperature, it'll cook faster. However, it can also burn. So you want to have it set it at the right temperature. And that's the same thing with this digital media work we're doing, is that these are just settings, these are just temperatures. All this stuff is just temperature. You know, to put it in that kind of box, to kind of, all these numbers, don't get intimidated by anything, because ultimately, they used to call it destructive audio. I think you still may find some DAWs that call it that. Maybe Pro Tools call it that. Maybe stuff like Cubase still calls it that. There's no such thing as destructive audio. You could potentially make a mistake that you can't undo, and the only mistake that you can't undo is when you print the work. It's just like having a computer. You're on a computer right now, or you're on a phone, or you're on some kind of mobile device where you're seeing me digitally. It's just like if you were to take, if you have the reference of a CD or DVD. Many people still have DVDs if they don't have any CDs at home, you know. And you take a knife and scratch it up. That's destructive audio or destructive video. You couldn't possibly get that back again unless you go and purchase another DVD or CD. The same thing with digital audio. If you were to take this file that we're bouncing down, destroy this entire session, where you just delete it and it never comes back, and this mixed down version of the 40 bars is the only thing that you have, and then you take it and you digitally tear it up to pieces, you can't get it back again, because there's no undo for that. So basically what I'm saying is that if you're inside of your DAW, unless you're taking these files that you have bounced down, and these are the only versions of your files that you have in the world, you can't destroy your audio. So that's the best way to think about playing with your computer, is that you really can't destroy anything unless you delete it. And that just simply means is that if you don't have a backup, you can't restore it. So have that in mind, in the back of your mind, is that you're free to play here. This is free play. There are no rules. The rules are only made up to put what you desire inside of a box so that other people can understand what's inside the box. And these boxes have already been made for you. They're pre-made for you over the last 100 years. That a lot of people play with a lot of crazy things until the masses decided this is what we like, or they got shoved down their throats a bunch of times until they begin to like it. And so that's what we're doing. We're just shoving your idea into a box that other people can decide whether they like it or not. And trust me, the masses may like your stuff, but typically we're not looking for the masses to love your stuff. We're looking for your fan audience to love you. And so that could be 1, 10, 1,000, or 1,000,000 people. It just depends on what you're intending to do. Take an artist like Prince, who is my favorite. Prince was really a goth guy. He was really like a vampire. He made hits which funded him the money to do the music that he really loved to do. And if you really go listen to some of Prince's stuff, it's really, really dark. And it's really, really out there. You know, a lot of times if you go check out many of his hits, they have extended versions, or what they used to call B-sides. Continue to listen to that music like 1999 or Little Red Corvette, anything like that has like a B-side. Just listen to the part where the radio cuts it off, and it'll sound super weird. Go and listen to his CD, or you can go on YouTube these days. Go listen to his live concerts. He'll play his hits for you, then he plays these other sounds that made him a musical genius. And so that was the music that Prince really loved to play, to make. And so check out my other video on YouTube where I did the Purple Rain video. It's like a concept. I'll be doing, cover songs. It's a cover song. And so go check out that. It's from the movie Purple Rain, which a lot of people do not know came from a movie. But those of my age, or those who were 80 baby or 70s, understand that Prince, was a musical genius, and he had all this weird sounding stuff. So anyway, that was just a little lecture. That's my next sermonette. So let's go here to track 63 and keep it moving. I'm gonna turn it up here on my end. Again, a lot of these tracks sound a lot different. I'm gonna move this soda water from my desk to my secondary desk. Perrier, holla at me. So anyway, I'm turning off the limiter. I'm just go ahead and do this now. Child 670. You may be asking yourself, why do I keep this on here tuned? It's not doing anything special. It just doesn't take up a lot of CPU processing, so I just keep it on. I'm not using it, so I just don't pay any attention to it. I just turn off anything that's using power here, which could definitely bog down my track. So it looks like I always check the Serato and see if I did use anything. I rarely use it. I have a mastering preset template that I use, and it usually starts out with the Serato, starts out with the tuner, starts out with the FL limiter inside of FL Studio, and probably a couple other things like let me see if it's on here. The L1 and the something else might be on my preview effect. Other than that, that's all I do. And so I just go from track to track, already pre-made stuff that I'm using, and I just turn it off if I decide I'm not using it. And so that's what I did. Right here again, like I said, in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s, we will find that most of this stuff is already pre-made, pre-tracked out how I want it to sound. And most of the time, it may have already pre-effects on here and things of that nature already be mixed, as you can see here. And I'm just previewing it, see if I need to make any small adjustments, and we're going to basically bounce this down, keep it rolling all the way to the 70s. as you see, I just saved that. I made small adjustments to the mix, widened some stuff out. That's it. It was already pre-made. You'll find a lot of times after you start to really get into the habit of which presets you're using, which plugins you're using. As you can see here, I have the Sakura. I talked about this early in day one. FL Studio keys, as you saw how I tweaked it a little bit to make it sound how I want it to sound. Once you start to get rolling, you're rolling. You already know what you like, and it will change from time to time. I did this intentionally between 1 to 100, that every 10 tracks sound about the same, and then it starts to switch in the 20s, it starts switching the 30s, starts switching the 40s, 50s, 60s, etc., all the way up to 100, where you get basically a greater sounding sound, if that makes sense, as well as each set of beats sound similar, but they come in a package of sound. So one might be dance, one might be some kind of trap, one might be some kind of R&B. Overall, it has a vibe. Some might be house, some could be whatever. They all have the same basic samples in them and the same kind of presets. And so that was intentional to show you how to get rolling, basically. So again, we're on the master chain here. I want to make sure we're on here. Yep. So we're on the master chain here. We're going to turn off the limiter. As you know, we're going to go over here to the 670. And you might be saying, use some of the other stuff. I'm not doing that here. This is all, all these beats, all this sound. Once you understand what your sound is, that's the difference between a regular producer that you don't know who he is and someone like a Pharrell Williams, Dr. Dre, a Timbaland, Anderson .Paak, these Puff Daddy. I like to still call him Puff Daddy, the Hitman. There's going to be a difference between, you know, those type of people and the guy from down the street who just uses everything all the time, anytime, whatever, and he never settles on anything because he's always using something. Now, I have a ton of plugins myself. Most people do, but you usually just find one or two you use out of that, use it for a while, and then you kind of go back to your same thing, and then you keep it. This is the way it works. I don't know why everybody's like that. You know, that's why I call it buyer's remorse. You want to buy the new thing, but you really find out that, like Pharrell Williams, you just still use the same chord. So anyway, that's another subject for another time. Let's go over here to the track and listen to how it sounds. Everything's already sequenced out. Just make sure we're not using that halftime. Again, halftime is my new enemy. It's not because halftime is not a good plugin, but because it broke on me and tore up like 10 of my tracks. And so I don't use it anymore, and I'm not going to advise that you use it either. So we're using something like Gross Beat, and we may plug in another one soon. So anyway, let's check it out. Again, not going to do much of this track. I just wanted to add a couple of things to this ride that came along at the end of the song. I just want to pan it. So we're going to go over here to the hook. Again, the hook begins at radio somewhere between 58 to 105 seconds and usually lasts about 4 to 8 bars, depending on the rapper, the song, the genre. Of course, this is R&B music. That's what I make. It may have a hip-hop feel or whatever. They both kind of borrow from each other. We're not going to go into the history of the music, you know, like what Houdini said versus what Run DMC said. So anyway, I think they've always blended together ever since I first heard Tina Marie rap. All right, and that's a very long time ago. So anyway, ba. Those are speaking other tongues. So that's it. I just wanted to make that angrier, that beat angrier. It drives energy. So let's check it out. Now I want to throw some reverb on there, but I'm not going to do anything else to this. I'm just going to bounce it down before I tear up the track. You have to know when to say when, of course. You'll start mixing so much and get in that track so much that it'll lose everything that vocals should have did to it. So that's 64, 32 bars. Let's keep it moving. I'll be back after I freshen up my drink. Okay, and due to the magic of the internet, I'm back. So we're here on track 64. I think we just bounce this down, right? Yeah, so we're on to track number 65 now. And you'll start to notice patterns, especially if you use the same palette over and over again. You know, you're not switching from channel to channel to channel. You'll start to notice patterns between what sounds good, what doesn't, and you'll start to subconsciously accept that and use those same patterns over and over again. And that's the secret to production. Again, as we continue, you will find that much of the music that you'll find in this class, it's already been pre-made. You know, there's not much talking to do except for to make it do what it do, as Ray Charles said in that famous movie, or Jamie Foxx said as Ray Charles, should I say. And anyway, I think it was some things to say, some things to not say, so I won't say that. Always think before you speak. You never know who's watching you. And so anyway, you take off the master chain effect, add your own chain effect, as we have time and time again, as we will continue to do over and over in this video, in this class, should I say. So, going back to our mastering glue preset. This is not something I made, somebody else made at Waves. And let's see what we got here. Alright, I remember this track. So as I play them, I have to preview what I'm listening to, what I'm going to be jumping into, basically. What am I going to be mixing? And again, this is already tracked out by me previously. Looks like I had some stuff muted, which means that I either thought that it sounded greater, or as you can see here, sometimes I'll make a different version of the song or come back and mute different things out. So I don't really know. What I'm going to do right now is just go track by track, because I understand what I'm jumping into, how loud it is, what kind of genre it is, how I want it to sound, what kind of feel that I get off of that. And so what I get off of that right now is something like a Take It to the House. You know, if you remember that song by Old Trick Daddy or something like that, you know. So that you jump into that type of energy, you know what you expect. So let's just hear how track 1 sounds. I'm going to go back to my pencil tube, choose track 1. Now with that dance floor clap, you know, that let's get this party started type of clap, you can really make anything. I can really hear a whole bunch of stuff coming out of that one clap. But I'm going to stick to this track because I already did this stuff before. And I'm just going to see what needs to be used, what shouldn't be used, and I'm going to kind of mute stuff out. So again, we already have this stuff tracked out. Let's see what's on track 2. We're not using many effects, or any at all, to be honest. Probably because I used effects here on Omnisphere. I'm opening it up. Let me open my airwaves up because I'm talking. So I don't want to duck down a little bit. I'm just going to sit up straight. Just listen closelier if you can. This is water. It's not syrup or anything crazy like that, you know. It is really water. So you know you don't want to wash dishes over and over again, so you just pick up a cup. Smoke trim, I'm not gonna touch anything on here. This is not a production class, this is kind of post-production class, mastering class, so it's a whole bunch of stuff in one. But what I don't want to do is change that sound. If I thought that guitar sounded good, I probably spent a long time trying to make it sound like that, or it just came like that. I don't really know. So let's listen to it. So I can already tell I thought it was loud, so I'm gonna turn it down just a little bit more. And I'm just gonna continue. What's track 3 sound like? Which is probably why I had it up, because that sounds lower. So I'll just kind of leave it like it was. Track 4 I think was muted out. I probably was gonna make something else in the beginning with that track 4. I'm gonna oh, it looks like track 4 had 2 parts to it. Let's see that. Yeah, it had 2 parts to it. I don't know if I should use that kick. I'm gonna just quantize it. I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna just say I don't care. I'm gonna keep it. So anyway, go to track number 5. Solo it out. Which explains why I had track 4 muted. Now there's some stuff I can do with that. Right now I'm not gonna do that. Let's just stick with the major pattern. Give me that pancake. Whenever I got some crazy stuff like that, I need the pan. I go straight to, not pancake, but I just go straight to something else. So let's go with that. Turn down just a little bit. Basic 808 hi-hat. Alright, sound like a hit already. Kick. Some bump to it. I'm gonna leave it like it is. Let's see how this clap sounds. Widen the clap. Turn up a little bit. Sounds good. Next track, track 6. okay, it's on different. No wonder what's happening. I got this thing quantized wrong. So I'm like, what in the world's going on here? Alright, so anyway. Last part is actually a mistake. I'm going to keep it to see how it sounds. If somebody was triggering a synth, as I'm playing right there, it'll sound very, very humanized and not quantized. So, you know, with the one thing you will find frustrating about some of your DAW versus hardware is that the quantizing is terrible. So you have to kind of go in there and find out that human feel, and they have some presets. And FL Studio is extremely complicated. All I can say is this: is figure out what works for you and add some feel to it. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. 7 looks like it's about the same thing. I'm just gonna go ahead and hit the Control Q. Boom. Let's see how that sounds. Track 8. Same thing, hit the Control Q, quantize it. That looks like it. So other than that, you would start to just go ahead and track that out. I'm gonna leave it effectless. There's a lot going on with that synth that's overpowering. To add anything to it other than to like turn it down, pan it, would be like destructive to the song. It's already already very overpowering, so it's difficult to add anything else to that without knowing how an artist would come at that. So the best thing I could do, because there was a lot of synth ideas I had, I'm gonna just press Control S for save. I'm gonna start with the first one. I'm gonna start with the bare bones track, should I say, and then I'll add in all of this muted stuff in a moment. Turn off the metronome, press playlist, play, and let's play. So let's work here. As I see, we're going into the chorus. This is like a pre-chorus. Without adding the synth and the beat back, I just want to copy these hi-hats. Let's see how it sounds. So what we're going to do is copy the hats and we'll just copy the hat. Go over here to this page, add it in. Look like a pre-roll. So instead of copying it all the way out, I'm just gonna cut that, go to another track, pattern 9, paste that in, roll it down here, see how it sounds together. So anyhow, now we're gonna add in the synth. It's already very heavy, so let's see how the synth sounds with it. So we got two different kind of patterns we can use here. And just kind of zoom in a little bit. Two different kind of patterns we can use here. I'm going to see how pattern 6 sounds. Sorry, we already have the chorus synth there. So let's go back to, I guess you could say pre-hook or pre-chorus or something like that. I really don't want that synth to come in yet. It seems like it has a pretty good groove. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select all, copy. So since this is already pretty much a fast-paced beat, what I'm going to do is chop out the intro and pre-chorus. Sorry, that's my phone off screen there bouncing around. I'm just going to add this part back. All I did was copy and paste. Delete that. Press save because we're at a new track at this point. I forget what track 5 was. Let me solo out by itself. That was a regular beat. So at this point, coming up on this part, I want this to go dead silent on the beat up until about let's try it for the first part of the first bar. Coming out of the chorus, or the pre-chorus, into the chorus with this brand new synth lead. So I'm going to delete this, delete that one. This is the same thing copied over here. At this point, we're in, when we leave the 31st bar, we're into the chorus. So we're going to see how this brand new synth lead sounds on mute 7. We're going to track between 6 and 7 because one of these leads is going to take us directly into the second verse. We'll see. Let's find out which one sounds the best. So that's going to be our second synth. I'll just put it like that. So what I'll do is I'll copy, because at this time we already know what we're doing. All I'm doing is copying the verse and the chorus back again to the second part where it will be used and repeated. The reason why I do this, I typically don't do this. Only reason why I do this is if there's a change in the song that I want to see. And that's when I'll track out the whole thing. If I'm really tracking out and there are changes, I have to do this, because otherwise this other stuff doesn't get used and it will never get used. So we're into the second hook by this time. By the hook comes about here, which will probably use that synth there. I'm going to delete 6, delete 7 here. I'm going to leave 6 up there because we'll do something different. I usually like to stop at about 64 bars. So again, we have a double or extended hook here. I just know what I'm looking at. You have to follow me. This again was the pre-hook going into the, pre-chorus going into the chorus, or should I say verse 1. It depends on how you write your songs, man. That's all I can say. It depends on how you write your song. This is it. Typically with pop or house music, you got your, this is a pre-chorus at the end of the verse, going into the chorus, going into the second verse, and it repeats. So anyway, I just know by the patterns of what I'm looking at. I'm looking for my mutes. So we're right here in the chorus. We're going to stay right here for a minute because that's going to tell me how to play out the rest of this stuff. So let's listen to it one more time. And again, this is the end of verse 1 going into the chorus. was on track 9? I forget what. Oh yeah. Okay. We threw our chord there. Threw our hi-hats down here. We're already, yeah, we chopped that out. So we're going back at this point into the regular beat, because this is hook or chorus style beats. These are regular beats for the verse with the mutes in there. That's what I'm doing. I know what I'm looking at. Like I said, you have to figure out over a period of time what you do. I program my music based on radio. You know, that's what I grew up listening to, so that's how I know how to program songs. I just listen to the radio a whole lot. And then there are different kind of other songs that don't make the radio because they're not formatted like this. So anyway, this is, so let's see how many bars this is. This is missing a last bar. So what I'll do is I'll cut this and leave it there. Or it could have been time to add some kind of special effect. It just depends on what kind of artist you're working with. I know that this is missing. This is one. You can count it here. This is a bar of music. This is a bar of music. This is a bar of music. And then there's like a piece missing here. That's why I added back the hook or the chorus synth to the end of that. Or I could mute it, come up with something entirely different, or just silence it out. It depends on the artist. Again, this is not something you would typically do, or I would typically do. You would wait to see what kind of lyric, what kind of song, what kind of style, what kind of feel the artist has before you do anything else. But for this tutorial, I'm going to add it to see how it sounds. If it doesn't, I would do what I would typically do, is just mute all of this, let it drop, go straight into the second chorus, which starts here. I just know what I'm looking at. Over time, you get to see these squares and count. You don't even have to look here at these. I'm not looking here at these numbers. Only reason why I look at these numbers is for two reasons: to make sure it's locked to the grid, and I understand how long the length is, time-wise. So, but I can tell that based on these squares, the shapes of them, your mind over a period of time will tell you this is the same thing, and you'll understand your own production style. And that's how you're able to do things like we did in day one, which is to chop up things and add these little spaces that are missing here, which are called mutes, which is what a DJ would do, or what DJs used to do, should I say. I haven't been to a club in years. I don't know. I don't care about going to clubs. I just understand how the DJs operate, at least how they used to operate back in the olden days, as you would say. And program music from that perspective, from the DJ perspective, sound-wise, beat blocking, what I call beat blocking, which is break beats, and the feel of the music, which I get from house, and the radio aspect of programming, which I understand how to write songs, where the verse comes in at, where it ends, how long is it, the length of it, etc., 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 and it just builds on top of builds on top of builds, and you won't be able to program your songs this complicated. Well, it looks complicated, but it's actually the same thing, just mixed out. A lot of people do their patterns different. They like to color stuff, and they like to look at it and name it this and that. Forget about all that. If you need that, it is capable of doing that. But as we started with on day one, I told you when I used FL Studio, which I've been using it since about version 3, version 4, pirated software. I did get the pirated version of the software. I'm not against pirated software. I can tell you some secrets about pirated software. Anyway, I got all 3 of them at once, and I realized that you had to pick one that you wanted to use, and I picked about version 4. I stuck with version 5 for years, and then I switched over to Producer when they started making Producer Edition. Version 7 didn't like it, so I went back to 5, and then they made 8. Still think 8 is the best version they've ever created, and so I didn't really upgrade. They made 12 or whatever, and then I settled on going back to 10 for a while. And then they made 20. And so that's why we're here today. Here in 20, I'm using this stuff exact same way I've used it for years. Is that I understand that I don't do an entire song inside of FL Studio unless it is absolutely necessary that I do so. Meaning that there are patterns, multiple patterns here I made, and they have to be tracked out into an entire song, which I rarely do. I rarely make more than about these many. I got this from a producer by the name of Swizzo. Swizzo is a platinum producer. He's produced for multiple guys, Jeezy, Boys in the Hood, Young, forget the guy's name, out of Memphis, who just had that beef or whatever. But he's produced for multiple people, and I went to visit him at his house. He was a mentor of mine for a while, and he said to produce, I asked him the secret to produce hit music, and he said never use more than 6 sounds. And so I picked that up and kept that in my pocketbook ever since then. And so when I'm creating, I rarely use more than 6 sounds. What I mean by that is if they're not stacked. And I rarely create more than like 7 or 8 patterns, you know, because if I do, then I have to do a whole entire song, which means that I have to create this for a specific artist. It's being called scoring. I mentioned that in day one. You're scoring for an artist. I got that from Jay-Z's producer, who got that from Jermaine Dupri. Scoring for an artist. Now, typically these tracks right here we're doing 1 to 100 is not scoring for a particular artist, for a particular sound, for a particular genre. We're dealing with multiple aspects of media so that you can understand what we're doing, how to replicate this for yourself, and how to get your ideas down into something tangible that can be felt by the potential masses. And so that's how I know what I'm looking at. I don't color anything. I know that I'm going to take this track, bounce it down because it has a pre-chorus, it has a hook, it has a chorus, it has a verse, and that's it. If you like that, dig it. Hit me up at the link below. If not, keep it moving. Because what we can do, any professional person knows, they can take that into their Logic Pro, their Pro Tools, their Nuendo, their Cubase, whatever they're using, track it out, duplicate it. If they like it, cool. They know how to cut squares and continue. If they need mastering, they're going to ask for all of these tracks, in which case I would just simply do this, file, export, wave file. I would save it under the name. I'm not going to do that. But then I would create a multiple output. I would put wave file in there. I'll probably put MIDI in there. I would click this little button right here where it says split mixer tracks, which is why I've been every song adding all of my sounds to each instantiation on our mixer board, is because when an artist asks me for these stem tracks and I click wave file, they're going to want that, the engineer will at least. I'm going to click save. I'm going to name it as, I'll probably keep it as track 65. I'll just probably say track 65 by Terrence Wilburn. Click save, and then I'm going to click this little button right here that's going to split each one of these sounds up into its own particular track. It's going to break it down. They're going to throw it in the Pro Tools, and then they're going to start to do their professional mixes. That's why I said you never want to get too far out there. Stop listening to those YouTube guys. Who have they produced for? Nobody. Nobody knows them. They're all on YouTube, which is great for YouTube, which is great for your tutorial, but does nothing for the industry. They are nobodies. Stop listening to the guys like that. Stop doing the things that they do, because they take out of your energy of your track, your spirit of your track, what you're trying to do with your track. It's worthless. It's timeless. And yes, they do make that stuff for you to do that, but a lot of rookies are doing that, okay? Only way that you would do that is that you have multiple people working with you. You want them to know is this is blah, blah, blah. This is blah, blah, blah. This is blah, blah, blah. This is where she sings. This is blah, blah, blah. This is blah, blah, blah. Because 20 years from now, when somebody else pulls it up, and it's the master of Rihanna's song, they want to know what happened. That's it. So if you're not working like that, and don't even get into the mind frame of working like that, because it slows you down, you want to work like this. And so we're back into the song. So again, like I said, I stopped playing. All I'm gonna do, because I like the groove of that, I'm gonna rip this part. Let's see, I need about a square. So let's rip this part here. No, let's just cut this part. Then cut this again. Oops, sorry. Cut this part again. And what we're gonna do is just basically let's do it. Undo that. Take the tool. Undo that. Because it's missing just that piece right there. I stopped playing apparently for whatever reason. Probably had to jump up and just chastise somebody or something. Or just got tired of playing. I don't know. So anyway, we're here. And you see how it's missing something. So it's missing about a half a bar or to a bar here. And I tried to pick it up with the pre-chorus synth or the chorus synth. It just didn't work out right because of the feeling of the beat and whatever. So there's two things I could do here. One, I'm just going to try to copy it to see how that sounds. If it doesn't work, I'll show you another trick that you could do. So we're picking it up. We're here inside of the chorus now. We're getting ready to end the chorus, the 8 bars or the 4 bars, however you want to track it out. Let's just see how it sounds with the copy synth. If not, I'll show you another trick. So it's missing some kind of feel. What I would do is, why I cut this here, I'm just gonna add it here. And I'm gonna add it here. See how that sounds. So I like that. There's something I totally made up off the cuff, didn't expect it, and you'll find you make your best stuff like that. Now what I could do is recreate that feeling here. I'm not going to, I'm just gonna let it go straight back into the, sorry, that was verse. Well, I told you that was chorus. That's a verse 2, right back into the chorus 2. And the reason why I tracked it out past the initial chorus here, or here, somewhere up in there, I just gotta listen to it again, is because of this synth here. We had 6 and 7, which we quantized at the beginning of track 65, which is the track we're doing now. And this is an entire different feel. So again, this is the only time I ever track stuff out farther than the initial chorus, is because usually it just repeats and you'll mute it or whatever you'll do for the artist. But there's a different kind of feeling synth. And so here we are again at the second or third verse. Let's see. I'm going to call this third verse, you know, getting close to the end of the song because you're already at 2 minutes here. Let's just call it verse 2. What the hell? Verse 2. And so verse 2 has a different kind of synth. Let's see how it sounds. So let's do it again. Okay, so it had that. I'm gonna take out the chorus kicks. I'm gonna repeat this part and I'm gonna chop it up. I'll show you what I mean momentarily, because there's a lot of muted space in there, which I don't particular care for this type of feeling has to keep going. And it depends on the artist as well, like I said. I'm just gonna add some mutes and drops. I know what I'm looking for. Let's pick it up from the end of verse 2. So I'm gonna take this beat here. I'm just gonna zoom in. You see each one of these bars, 1, 2, 3, 4 is counting 1, 2, 3, 4, or A, E, and depending on what kind of training you have. I'm just gonna get the paint button, select it, and I'm gonna repeat it. This is the same phrase, so I don't know if it has a clap in there, how it's gonna sound. This is just for the end of verse 2. So it gave it that house feel again. And I'm going to leave it just like that. I'm not going to do anything else to it. So that has the beginning of the song, which let's see how the beginning sound, because after I track out something so long, what I typically would do is go back in here and change the first part up to give it a breather. And let's just see, because this is almost 73 bars. Take out this part. In fact, what is this? It's the clap. So we don't want to take that clap out at all. We're going to keep the clap all the way through. Imagine somebody performing this at like a venue. They want to get everybody hype, you know. Let's see how it sounds without the beat. Yeah, so I started up, like I said, I think of Prince. He starts his songs out like that. That's it. I'll press save on that. Make sure my mastering chain is enabled. Export MP3, 100 Beats folder. You like that? Check it out on SoundCloud or the link below, depending on when you watch this video, what time and place it is, and what I felt like doing. So it's for a limited time. You better check it out now. Anyhow, and that was 65. We're all the way live here in day 3, and we're rolling, man. On to 66. As I mentioned in day 1, you'll find from time to time you move your plugins around, you mess some stuff up. Apparently this is one of the things I messed up. I hadn't taken a look at it since. As you see, a lot of instantiations are on here, which pretty much is a fancy word for a screenshot of your VST. As in all videos, we're going back here to the 670 Drew Levine or whatever his name is, mastering glue. You see it here. It changes the presets to what I like it to sound like. And all I'm doing is checking to see if everything's tracked out. Check my Serato, which is my new sampler I love. Shout out to Serato. I forget who make them. Again, like I said in the last video, or excuse me, not the last video, the last song, rarely use more than 6 sounds unless I am stacking. As you see, there are, I don't know how many sounds are here, but many of them are stacked. And so anyway, that's something altogether different. We'll talk about that in those production videos. This is the master class. So again, the same thing. It's tracked all the way out to about the chorus. As you have seen time and time again, you should be used to it. I'm just starting to now expose you to what you're been used to seeing, and now you should have a great understanding of it. And so I'm checking again because in the previous videos we have had problems with plugins such as addictive keys and halftime. So we just know, we check all our patterns, which I'm doing here. I'm looking for the addictive keys MIDI to show up, and it showed up here on track pattern 9, which is the last pattern, which is somewhere down here. And addictive keys is broken because of the video I showed you earlier. I'm just going to choose the Jupiter board, which is a rolling plug-in based on the famous Jupiter 8 synth, which is here. Anyway, in FL Studio, I don't know if they still have that. They had something that looked like that. I think they took it away. It was called, I have too many plugins on there. I'm going to see if I can find it right here. You can mimic some of these sounds as well if you don't have the cash or the know-how to get these synths. I'm going to go over to the image line and see can I find it for you. It's called Beat Map, Direct Wave, FEC, blah 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 blah, GMS. Is it GMS? No, GMS is based on another kind of synth. I want to call it, nope, not Minisynth, not Morphine, which is just terrible. It's a great but terrible plugin. Plucked Poison. I think, no, is it Poison? Let me see if it's check it. Poisoning, Poison, or whatever. PNOPQRS helps you know your alphabet. Poison. Yep. So it's kind of based on this board here, not specifically, but you see the Jupiter 8. They had, I want to say, in their earlier version, they had something that looked like the Jupiter 8. It's not Poison though. It's not this one. It was something else though. But as you can see, this is based off some of those 80s type style synths. Anyway, I just changed the addictive keys to the Jupiter 8. I don't know how that pattern sounds. For right now, I'm going to mute it out because I don't know how it sounds. Let's listen to the track to see how it sounds. Okay, so let's see how the Jupiter sounds with that. So I know addictive keys was going to be some kind of piano. So since we already have a great deal of square purity, yeah, we got a great deal of synth. I'm going to change it from the Jupiter board back to the Juno board because Juno has piano sounds. Notorious for their piano sounds. Great piano sound. I was going to actually buy a Juno board, one of the newer ones, years ago because I love the way that piano sound. Just for the piano on it. Anyway, so let's see if they had, and this is based on the 80s version of the piano Juno board, so I don't know if they have that on here, but I know that. Okay, let's see. Too dark. Let's see if we can find some newer sounds instead of the 80s stuff. I'm looking at pluck piano. Oh my god, this sounds so good. So anyway, let's see how it sounds here. Two things. I know for a fact when I had that, I still have the plug-in. I haven't taken time to figure out what's wrong with it. But the addictive keys allows you to change your and I did say twerk, alright, your piano sound, however, and this is one of those tracks I'm absolutely sure I tuned that piano a certain way. And so you'll lose that kind of preset, that kind of magic power by messing up your plug-in. And that's what I did. So right now what we're going to do is we're going to not use the Juno. I'm going to go over here to the Purity plug-in. And what this is just a basic piano plug-in. See how it sounds. I'm starting to get back to more of a piano sound. I'm going to mute this EP sound on it. I'm going to keep it playing just like that with piano and pad. Let's go back to the key, to the actual track, see how it sounds. It's out of tune. Again, let's see how we can fix that. What I would do is delete this pad, bring the Vox and EP back, and see can we tune it. What is an advancer? Okay, this is some kind of citrus preset. But what am I playing? Looks like I'm just playing up and down the scale on an arpeggiator. Awesome preset sound. I mean, awesome. Yeah, preset. I did that. So whatever I did, that sounds awesome. But let's go over here and try to tune the piano to it. So that was C, D. Doesn't look like I'm playing any kind of particular scale except for that scale. It's going so fast, the arpeggiator, I can hardly see it. I think it's just going way up and down the scale. No, I'm playing a sus2. Okay, so it's a sus2 chord. So C sus2, what was it, C? No, D sus2 and E sus2. I don't have time to talk about I'll leave that for the production videos. But a sus2 is a diminished fifth. Excuse me, a diminished major note. So, how can we create this out of this sound? And a lot of times you'll leave yourself clues as to what to do. and how you wanted it to sound. And that's what I kind of do when I'm up late night and I'm asleep and just something comes out. I say I'll solve it later. And so that's what's happening here. And let's see, can we figure that out? So I can tell, number one is that this is out of tune because it's playing C sharp here. So let's see if I can break it down, take it up an octave, see how that sounds. Nope. So what we'll do is bring it back, mute this. Is it possible to do all mute notes? Yeah. So all right. I just want to mute that for a minute. We can get our chords right. Once you get the chords right, the melody falls easily. So we're going to break this down to a 1-2. Let's try a D. Is that D major? Looks like a ace chord, a A inversion. Okay, it's too low. But just for reference sake, take it up. All right, so only thing I can do is just play a sus chord on top of it, really. It's too close. So let's see, can we do this? Let's use 3 chords. And we started from, what was that? D, E, right? 1, 2, 3. Major, minor, sus is a suspended chord. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3 minor, 4 major, 5 major. It's still too close. So anyway, this is music theory live, and what I'm trying to do is get the sound, or the not the progression, the voicing to match the arpeggiator, which it may become difficult because it's playing over multiple scales. Okay, so tearing it up. I might have to get rid of that arpeggiator. Or let's find out if it works alone. Okay, let's go back and start with the first part of that song. I had to work out those chords. Sometimes it just takes some time, you know. If it doesn't work, we scratch it and just leave the arpeggiator as it is. Leave it up to the artist what they think they should sound like on it. If it works, all we're doing is repeating the pattern. If not, we try to change it. If it doesn't work still, we just move on. You never force it, you know. I'll tell you what, the best thing to do, click this button here. Is it Riff Machine? Arpeggiate. We're not going to force it. We're going to leave that alone. So what we're going to do is basically leave the arpeggiator as it is, which what means is, let's see how it sounds from here to here. If it sounds too long, I'll cut it, add the chorus in quicker. Why I put that on the same pattern? I do not know. That must have been a mistake. I try to put it on the same filter. What I'm going to do is, because it makes it louder, and I need to turn that up. Or, you know what? To save some time, I'll just do this. Turn that up, turn it down. I'm gonna bounce this down and catch this file, this phone. Hello? Hey. Same old thing. All right, so we're back. We bounced down track 66. Let's move on to track 67 with save. Never try to force an idea. Whatever I had on there originally just could not be recreated with the particular plugins that I was trying. And don't force it, you know. It worked out the way it did. And you'll always find a composer, producer, post-production who could add some flair to that. And so that's what we're gonna do. I can use all types of shortcuts. I'm just going through it so you can know exactly what you're seeing on the screen. I'm just Xing everything out. Shortcut is Control W, by the way. And like I said, as we go more and more, you will find more tracks already tracked out the way I want it to sound, because we're into the groove of things now. This stuff has already been pre-made for you to watch, to look at. This is not a quote-unquote production class. Is a master class to show you how to get your ideas out into the world. So it's a 670, as we've done in 60 videos now, whatever. Day 3 is what we're on. Let's just see how this sounds. Hopefully we won't have to do anything to it. We're trying to get these ideas down packed, as they would say, and out to the general public. Go. So only thing, just recognizing how the sound starts. After you hear your idea, which is made days, weeks, months ago, years ago, hopefully you haven't waited that long, I would suggest you throw that stuff away. But weeks, particularly, you don't want to wait longer than a few weeks to get your stuff out. But we're talking about masterclass, getting your stuff out, all these ideas that's been in your heart, soul, and spirit for years, out into the general public. Check out the first couple of seconds. You know what you're dealing with. That gives you a mind frame or time, a breather space to understand what you're trying to do. I had this multi-track Omnisphere playing in the art mode. So that's it. You can find little stuff like that as you go. I wasn't playing the guitar or anything like that. I just know that preset is going to be super loud. It's on track 1. I'm going to turn it all the way down. I might just go ahead and squish it. Blah, 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 blah. Those is production tones. So anyway, Fruity Compressor. Ooh, not that one. That is a pretty good one. I rarely use it because, you know, I don't do that kind of work. Let's try the blower. All right, so I'll keep that, but I'll turn the threshold down. And what I want to do, because I hear that shine on the top, which I just absolutely despise, I'm going to see if they have any presets. They don't have a lot of presets inside of FL Studio. Now, you used to be able to find this stuff online. You probably still can on some of the forums. My best bet is to create something. But this is a personal message to Image Line. You need to consult with me to understand what your audience wants, what they need, what they deserve to have. Because after years of the Parametric E2, Parametric EQ number 2, being inside of FL Studio, and this is FL Studio 20, this thing should have been preloaded with all kinds of presets that makes it sound stellar. And you could easily, within something like Logic, they have you guys are a little bit behind the curve when it comes to presets for your particular VSTs, which is why, yeah, people use your program to make beats, but they don't use your plugins. And that's saying a lot. That gives you as well room for your competition to come in and squish you. And so I understand that, yeah, you make your stuff open to VSTs, VS22s, VST3s, and that's your thing. But, you know, once upon a time, sound fonts were the thing too. So if you want to stay in tune with the future, I would suggest, and I understand that you are watching, I would suggest that you start making plugins and presets that people want to use, because for the general part is you got a bad rap for your plugins and the presets that are not there, and the ones that are there, like something simple as the Parametric EQ2, that's missing like a ton of stuff. You know, I can pull up waves right now, right? I can pull up waves. I don't know. Look, what? Give me an EQ. I forget it. The C6 is a compressor / EQ. Look at all these presets: mastering, vocals, drums, keys, strings, guitars, bass. And you might say, hey, that's third party, that doesn't count. Go over to somebody like Logic. Tons and tons of presets, stuff that's been designed by actual sound designers. This is not a FL Studio tutorial. I'm speaking specifically to Image Line, which I know who is watching. Do that. All right, consult with me. Swallow your pride. Even if you don't consult with me, which I suggest that you do, you should hire some guys to get in there and sound design for you. But anyway, back to the tracks. So again, I threw the Parametric EQ2 on there for a particular reason. I want to take that shine out of that guitar, which I absolutely hate inside of guitars. I'm going to find it, solo it out first. Ooh, it still has that on there. I know it's coming out of Omnisphere. I'm turning this filter down, see what happens. I'm not going to mess with it any further than that, just to tighten it up. Simply because you want to leave the engineer room to do his thing. And so you're thinking like that from a master's perspective. I'm gonna just leave this like it is. Let's just check it out to about here to see how it is, to see what I want to put here for the chorus. So I'm gonna just repeat this first part. No, repeat this second part. Copy, paste. Just zooming it right on over. And that's it. Blah, blah, blah. Some up in here, blah, blah, blah. I can probably cut that off now. But anyway, I'm gonna just leave it just like it is. You know, just like it is. And so anyway, that's track 67. Save, start. And you could add a bar on there. You could break it down with the drum. There's a ton of stuff you can do. I'm not going to do that for the reasons that we spoke about all throughout the series, is that you don't know how the artist is going to come at the track. Unless you're scoring for that artist. So then you know, you're going to get into writing and things of that nature. It's kind of outside of the scope of this tutorial here, which is a master class. You should already be a master at your divine presence, the God in you that desires to create. And so that's what this is about, and really nothing more. And if you can dig that, say amen in the comments. Alright, so again, we're doing the same thing, checking the sampler. I don't use it often, so I doubt it's in there. This just comes on my template. I'm looking at all my tracks, making sure they all sorted. Some are layered. We already talked about why in the earlier videos. Now this already came with a great deal of effects on it. I think I know it. I produced this song for Chris Brown and Rihanna. Not Chris Brown and Rihanna. Chris Brown, Lady Gaga type of feel. And that's who I hear on this. And so that's who I created it for. And so that will be like a major crossover track. And let's just see how it sounds. Since warning, I'm probably just gonna bounce this down. It's already tracked out to about, the chorus. I'm not gonna bother that. I don't even know what it is. It's already have effects on here. Only thing I would do is that when the artist picks this up, when Chris Brown picks this up, I would take off some stuff off of here, like the Mix 5 preset and possibly the C2 plug-in, and bounce everything down, separate it, so the engineer or whatever can make the song for Lady Gaga or whatever have you. Other than that, this is how it sounds. You can hear it on the SoundCloud. Remember, it's track 68. I'm just gonna bounce it down. I'm gonna play a little bit of it. Oops, hold up. I'm gonna play a little bit of it, and I might make some minor tweaks to it. Maybe, but I doubt it. Let's play it. So anyway, I feel that, man. So anyway, Lady Gaga, holler at me about that track. Chris Brown and Lady Gaga. I'm gonna replace that. Hopefully, yeah, I'm just gonna replace that. No, matter of fact, I'm not gonna replace that. Let me see how it sounds here. What am I checking? I'm checking to see. Now that's the reason why I didn't add the 670 to this chain, is because there's already a mixing effect here and I don't want to disturb it. So I'm gonna sneak out of this track. I'm gonna press no because I want that track to remain roughly intact because it has a feel that was created. Now, like I said, when the artist comes at it, they don't know anything about track mixing and mastering. Typically they don't. They just want it to feel. I have it programmed a certain way for the feel, the groove, and the pop/R&B crossover. And when the engineer asks for the master stems, it's sent to him in a certain way, so they can then recreate a larger feel for the track. And that's what's going to happen with that one. I prophesied and decree it. So anyway, we're going over here. We're checking again now for all, because I understand that these tracks are becoming more complex, and I have pages on there. As you see, when I press all, this one showed up. I understand, just from knowing me, the more I advance I become in creating a sound, the more advanced the page list becomes. And so that's to keep me from being confused as to what kind of sound I am using. And so again, I don't color or anything like that. Usually these things come with color already. The ones that I know, the clips that I use, they're usually brown or gray or blacked out. Or sometimes, if I absolutely must have a choice, I'll use a layer, and it's literally called a layer here, and I'll color it just because of the pages, and I can easily flip back to it. So if I don't see the hats, I can find the layer very quickly without going through all the pages and just kind of find out where it is here. That's the only reason why I would ever use color in a production session. Now, I may do something different when it comes to post-recording, like mixing, actually arranging the song, meaning that there has been vocals on the track. We're actually in a real mixing session where I'm doing some crazy stuff with the song, and I'm adding new stuff in, etc., etc. And if you ever seen a Pro Tools page or a Logic page, meaning the front page of the way it looks when you record, all of that stuff looks the same, and that is when you want to start to use color in your sessions post recording. And so that's what I mean by that. Again, we're going to do the same thing because I'm sure on the mastering effect, see, it's already soloed. I'm just going to add the 670 back. Drew Levain, or whatever his name is, mastering glue. Checking to see if I have any halftime. Remember, it's over here. No halftime, so I rarely use that. I just started trying to use that. I don't like it. So anyway, as you see, it crashed a bunch of times on a bunch of my tracks. So we figured out how to use the gross beat, and thankfully we don't have anything like that on here. Again, you can already see, I already kind of have the stuff layered or linked up or mixed. I say layered because I've noticed something on my eye. Yep, it goes all the way over here to track 16, and so that's a true verb and a Maserati deep drum stereo thing. And again, the more we get out of the 50s and we're in the 60s now, day 3, this stuff is going to become more complex, and it's already in a sound where we don't have to go back on the production videos to show you how the 100 beats were made. Anyway, let us go over here to play the play to see how it plays. Now see, I'm gonna stop it right there because I have to give you a little competition. Now I'm starting to score for artists particularly. I hear a CeeLo green on this. I hear again CeeLo green on this track. And so you start, after you start to form an idea of how your new sound sounds, of how the sound that God is creating in you sounds, you start to hear and feel and see artists. That's my gift. That's the way God programmed me. And so I hear, feel, and see CeeLo Green picking up this track and performing on it, and it's in his style or form of a CeeLo Green. That's all I can say. And so because it's out there and it's basic, and at the same time it needs somebody on there that can take the track into another level, and then that's when you start to add things like your EP and crazy stuff like that. But basically this is just a up tempo, I just got something to say type of sound, and that's what it is. And it's basic, and we're gonna leave it like it is. I'm just gonna play a moment of it. You can check it out on the link below within the SoundCloud. Again, depending on when you're watching this video, could be moved to a website, could be not available anymore, but it's right here right now in the link below. Awesome. So anyway, that's it for the 60s. This is 32 bars. Again, once you start to understand the sound that you're bringing to the table, it gets better and better and better, better and better and better. And so I think this is a good place to end day 3. That's all I can say. Is that appreciate you watching this master class. We did 10 tracks today, from the 60 to 69. We stopped at here at 69. We've been going all day long, basically. And when you see these videos, you know, you can always go back, you can fast forward or whatever, but this is literally my heart and soul being poured out to you to help you to discover more of your ability to become a master at digital production, whether it be audio, visual, or digital. And digital means info, and info means what we're doing right now. This is information broadcast to you through the metaverse, through YouTube, through social media, through Facebook. This is something that is for masters. It's not for the squeamish. This is something that you're going to have to work on to perfect your craft. My craft is perfected. I am Terrence Wilburn, and I am a digital media specialist. I'll see you in day 4. Thanks for watching.